Online. Excellent. Hey, thank you very much for our first briefing today. We've got the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan. Amy, you'll lead this with Jesse and Isla, and I actually don't know the other person's name, so I'll get everybody to introduce themselves at the end of the table. This is to brief councillors on the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan and associated implementation actions, and I'm really excited for the first time. Look who's up at the top table. Whoa. These shoulders have got a lot to carry now, so really nice to have you, and welcome and well done, and we'll get straight into it. We won't give her a big head for the rest of the day. Over to you.
Morning to councillors, and for anyone watching live stream, tēnā koe. My name is Amy Allison, and I am the Strategy and Planning Director. So today, I guess, is another series that we've been running about work streams and things that the Canterbury Regional Council are party to, but also in the end have a decision-making role. And on the 26th of March, we ran an introduction to the regional partnerships and forums, just so everybody is aware what they are, how they fit together, and the next stream, I guess, of workshops is the various tranches of work underneath those various partnerships and fora. So today, we've actually got two briefings for you today, and the first one is on the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan, and we will run through what it is, what the timeframes are, and various key points within that. So we really encourage you to ask questions, and also to give us feedback if you would like more or less detail on these things. So with that, I will hand over to my team, and they can introduce themselves, and then they can begin the presentation. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Amy. Kia ora, I'm Jesse Burgess, Senior Strategy Manager here at Canterbury Regional Council. Just to my right, I have Isla Hepburn, Senior Strategy Advisor in my team, and Alina Topler, Strategy Advisor in my team as well. Alina's working, Isla is the Implementation Manager for the Partnership Plan, and Alina is working on one of the particular actions, Action 2, around emissions reduction. So we've got a two-part briefing here on this piece of work, so we'll work through that with you today. So just on the, thank you, Amy, for that introduction and the purpose of the briefing. We've outlined here on this slide for you some of the decisions and things that have happened in the past around the partnership plan and the timings of that work when the plan was approved. And we're into year 2 of implementation of the work. As we've covered the sort of purpose of the outline of the briefing today. So yeah, as Amy said, please feel free to ask questions as we go along. You saw this slide last week when we briefed you on the partnerships and forums. So we're, as Amy mentioned, 26th of March, introduction to the regional partnerships and forums. Today we're doing the partnership plan and also the regional energy work stream. So we have about an hour and a half today of briefing time, so we'll work through both of those pieces of work. And you can see upcoming on the 9th and 23rd of April, a number of other briefings around transport and then also around spatial planning and rail in the Greater Christchurch context. And as we mentioned last week as well, the regional partnerships and forums, there's a number of key work streams. This you'll see on the right-hand side there under the environment side, the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan, and then under energy, obviously the regional energy work stream, which we'll talk about shortly. So this is how that work all fits together within the context of both the sub-regional and regional context. I'll now hand over to Isla just to run you through the climate partnership plan and provide you a bit more context and information around that. So over to you.
Kia ora, thanks Jesse. And kia ora koutou, ko Isla Hepburn tōku ingoa. I'm Isla, as Jesse's pointed out, and I work in the Climate Change Community Resilience team at Environment Canterbury. And my role is to lead the implementation of the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan. So I'm here today to give you a bit of a recap on what we've done so far, how the plan came about, and I'll give you an implementation progress update. And touch on the kind of changing operating environment that we're experiencing at the moment. For some of you, this will be new information, so I will go back to kind of the genesis of the plan, and then after me, Alina will lead you through more detail on Action 2 of the plan and bring to you the draft strategic framework for the transition to low emissions plan. So for some time now, all Canterbury councils have recognised that climate change is already here and affecting our region. And the Chief Executives Forum back in 2017 formed the Canterbury Climate Change Working Group. And that was to develop a shared understanding of the likely implications of climate change in the region and the risks for Canterbury, and to develop strategies or plans to manage the threats and the opportunities that climate change presents to us. Thank you. So to provide some context, the first major piece of work that the Climate Change Working Group completed was the Canterbury Climate Change Risk Assessment back in 2021. And this helped us build a shared picture of those physical risks that Cantabrians are facing, the risks to our key values in Canterbury. And that was based around the development of a local Te Ao Māori framework combined with a national risk assessment framework. And that was called Te Tute o Te Ho. And that was gifted by the Runanga Steering Group at the time. And councils were all at different stages of their climate mahi and had different resources. So the Mayoral Forum asked us how we could best work together and provided a mandate for us through the Plan for Canterbury in 2020 and again in 2023. And the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan is really a result of that work that we've done over the years. It's just a 3-year plan, and it focuses on some initial key actions that make the most sense to do together as councils in Canterbury. And the vision of the plan is really simple. It's about a thriving, climate-resilient, low-emissions Canterbury. And the plan was funded through the last round of the LTP, so 24 to 34, and all councils in Canterbury contribute to the implementation of that plan, both in terms of staff time and resources and in terms of budget. Thank you. In terms of what the plan actually delivers, sorry, the text is quite small for you there, but the plan identifies 10 key actions or 10 actions and some supporting sub-actions developed around climate resilience. These actions were developed by all councils in Canterbury through the Climate Change Working Group, through many hours of workshop. We had input from everyone involved. The actions are intended to fill gaps in evidence, develop tools for councils to use, develop capability to deal with the challenges that we face from a changing climate. So they're helping us to work in a more consistent and strategic way across Canterbury. And I'll just focus on the first 4 actions because they're really the heart of the plan, the key actions in the plan. And they're helping councils understand risks, plan for a transition to a low emissions future, working on climate adaptation together, and looking at nature-based solutions to support climate resilience, amongst other beneficial outcomes. So the plan is jointly implemented by the Canterbury Climate Change Working Group. Everybody plays a role in that, and that group is convened by Jessie. And the plan is governed through the Canterbury Policy Forum, the Chief Executives Forum, and the Mayoral Forum. We also have a Climate Champions Reference Group, and Councillor Campbell is our representative on that group. So the important thing to remember is that the Climate Partnership Plan, it doesn't delete, it doesn't replace individual climate mahi by councils. It strengthens and enables it. But for some of the smaller councils in Canterbury, this does represent the bulk of their climate work that they're undertaking. So it's really helpful for them that we're all working together on this. I'll keep going. So in terms of progress that we've made good progress over the last couple of years, and we've got several major achievements under our belt. We're now more than halfway through year 2 of our 3-year plan, and many actions are progressing well. Some actions have taken longer to get started and gain momentum with, but we have initiated all actions and we are progressing. We've recently added project management support, and that's helping us uplift the level of activity and helping us move more quickly with implementing the actions. So some highlights I'll just mention. We're in the middle of scoping or procuring a data inventory and sufficiency review for the regional risk visualisation tool. So that's action 1. That's about understanding the climate risks, who's affected where, and where we should be. It'll help us prioritise resources amongst other things. In terms of action 2, the emissions reduction action, we've completed an emissions overview. We've done a transition risks and opportunities assessment. Here today, we've got the draft strategic framework for the transition to low emissions plan. And we've also secured a regional data platform, emissions inventory data platform that all councils are using as well. So we're in year 2 of our subscription to that and testing of that. We've also completed an ecosystem risk and vulnerability assessment, and that feeds into the development of a blue-green network plan. And that's the first time that this piece of work has been done nationally, to our knowledge, in the way that we've done it in spatial assessment. And Environment Canterbury has led that piece of work under the plan. This hasn't been publicly released yet, and it will be taken to the mayors in May, so we'll be able to bring you more detail on that after that time. We're also advancing work in the blue-green network plan area, joining the dots with regional spatial planning and scoping out the procurement of a blue-green network plan. We've also had the opportunity to share our success story in Canterbury at local and international events such as Adaptation Futures, and we're connecting in with other key groups such as the Lifeline's annual Hui, for instance.
Could I just add one thing here as well? This plan relies heavily on in-kind staff resource to deliver the actions across all of the councils. So there was a comment mentioned last week around how our council staff and others working together across different partnerships and forums. And this is actually one where the last 5 years, I believe, the Climate Change Working Group, since the risk assessment was completed, has worked closely together, largely with the same people around the table. So it's been a consistent approach as we've gone through. And it's just shown a real collaborative, collegial working space on something that is such an important topic. But I just wanted to note that because that's actually one of the areas where we are working really well together, really closely together, but it does rely heavily on staff and kind resource to deliver the work we're doing. So even though there is a budget associated with this work, it is very much on that integration back into the councils as well. So just wanted to make that point.
If I may ask a question, blue-green network means different things to different people. What does it explicitly mean in the context of this plan?
This is about, apologies. For us, it's about looking at our blue infrastructure, and so our water infrastructure and our green, our natural environment, and how that can provide climate resilience. So when we come to developing the actual plan, we'll be very specific about what the definition is in terms of the plan, but it's about using our natural environment to provide climate resilience.
Okay, yeah, because one of the things that I've got a concern about is at the back of Hallswell, Prebleton area, and around that link, we've got that blue-green network, blue-green belt, I think they called it, the green belt. Is that what you're thinking of in terms of the blue-green network? And now when you talk about spatial planning, we've got a whole lot of fast-track consents now that are literally joining Hallswell and Prebleton together, and we're losing that green belt and that green-blue network, as some people may call it. So just getting some really clarity on that. And we're also sort of, in parts of the city, we're seeing the horses already bolting. So how are we going to have some interventions to try and solidify these things into our planning when you've got other planning mechanisms such as fast track that basically override most of these things?
Happy to answer that if you like. Certainly as part of the spatial plan for Greater Christchurch, the green belt was considered as part of that work, and we will be bringing a briefing through to you about the spatial plan and what that all entailed as well. So certainly be able to answer some more questions in that regard. But having that green belt was around trying to contain urban sprawl and provide that separation between the districts and the city, so you weren't getting that just continued urban sprawl across the plains. Certainly that couples with the work we're talking about here about our blue and green infrastructure. So how could you use that green belt? What's the things we want to contain within that and preserve? We just completed a climate risk assessment for ecosystems as well, which is one of the first of its kind in the country as well. So certainly keen to all of that information would feed into, well, how do we manage that blue-green network? What opportunities are there within that? How do we protect biodiversity and ecosystem corridors and things like that? So lots of things to think about. Part of the spatial plan actions actually had the development of a blue-green network plan for Greater Christchurch as well. So the two pieces of work are coupled together and working jointly in that regard.
So I think the high-level question that I have, and it's not probably something to answer right now, will be when we do this piece of work and we've got a separate piece of legislation, which is the fast-track legislation, which can just do things outside of some of these interventions or these plans that we have, how do we protect some of these things that you are trying to, that, you know, we're doing bigger plans and spending a whole lot of time on? So that's just a question maybe to bring back at some stage, which is a high-level kind of planning question, I imagine. I'll come to John first and then Genevieve.
Thank you for that. I missed the first briefing because I was away that week, but I noticed in page 5 the linkage in the Canterbury Water Management Strategy, and then I went through to page 8 where number 4, it's talking about development of, you know, that blue-green that leads on from Chair Swiggs. And I noticed the comments all working together, joining the dots, and integration. And in the space that I'm involved in with the Hiranui District Landcare Group and Muri Irrigation, that seems to be the base layer of implementation of all this work. And we had a little discussion prior in the council only time about how we integrate all that data that's coming out. And you're talking about working well with the TAs, excuse me, those glasses are horrible, working well with the TAs, which is really good. But from my experience up in the Hiranui, there's a lack of capacity in the TAs. So you can work really well with the TAs, but it's under the layer underneath the on-ground actions and how we are bringing them all into this space. And we sort of seem to be missing that at the moment. Have we got a strategy or plan?
So particularly for that action of developing the blue-green network plan, that's something that we will need some external support for, and we do have the budget to do that, and we've been scoping that piece of work at the moment. So that's something where certainly with the councils, they don't necessarily have the capacity to support all of that work. So we will need to engage someone external to give us that support as well. Integration across the board is the challenge. Yeah, absolutely. But it's an opportunity with the regional spatial planning work. All of this work feeds into, and we've noted that in the slides here as well, the connection between all of these different bits of work. So the energy, transport, water, housing, business, etc. They all feed into the thinking about how is our region going to change and develop over time, whatever time frame we might look at. So that's the integration piece is critical. Bringing water thinking into and biodiversity thinking, pest management thinking into things like the blue-green network will be quite an important input as well.
Councillor Robinson.
No, thanks for this. With regards to page 9, and you discuss most actions progressing well, do you have an indication at this stage of actions that are not progressing very well and what we can do about it?
I don't have the progress or the status update report in front of me. We've got no actions from memory at our last reporting through to the mayors. We've got no actions that are in red, so to speak. We've got a couple of actions that are at risk, mainly due to staff capacity. One of those, for instance, is around integrating climate change across council processes. I seem to recall that was perhaps at Amber last point. And so progress is being made on those actions, but just at a slower rate than we initially anticipated. A couple of other actions that have been Amber are Action 1, the risk visualization tool, and Action 4, the blue-green network. And that's really because of the amount of time it's taken to initiate these actions, to be able to procure, to be able to understand the data that we have available to us and the information that we need to progress through to development of a tool and development of the plan.
And just a sort of a supplementary, does this integrate at any level with the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity and our strategy on Indigenous biodiversity?
Perhaps I could touch on that. I've got a couple of more slides. One talks to the kind of strategic context that we're facing at the moment and some of the changes that we're facing in terms of legislation. So maybe I could just touch on that then, if that's all right. Yeah, thank you.
Carry on, yeah. Or do you have one more thing, John?
It's just a supplementary question to what I was asking before, in that integration at the below the TA level. So the local leadership groups, are they going to play a more and more important role in bringing these separate entities together at an on-ground level? And when I say the separate entities, like the Hiranui District Landcare Group, Murray Irrigation Company in the Hiranui, and any of the other entities working at a ground level, are they, and I don't know whether you can answer the question, but are they a mechanism where they could facilitate some of this work?
Yes, potentially. Yeah, that's absolutely a space that they could look at this as well. The whole purpose of this work in the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan space was to work on actions where it makes sense to do things collaboratively together, because of the capacity and the capability within the smaller councils to be able to do this work alone. And financially, it makes sense to do a lot more stuff at a regional level and support the other smaller TAs and community groups and others to actually implement it on the ground. So where we have these mechanisms of other leadership groups and other forums to be able to deliver this, it's the work we do here that can benefit those groups and the work that they do on the ground and going forward. So there's lots of different mechanisms for that, but certainly with the local leadership groups and water being the focus there, that's something that we can facilitate any inputs from this work into those spaces as well to support that discussion. Yep.
We can carry on.
Kia ora, thank you. Next slide, please. In terms of Canterbury Regional Council's role in the partnership plan, we play a critical leadership role and an enabling role to deliver on the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan. So we bring councils together, partners, we provide expertise into delivering the outcomes. So we're really the backbone of that leadership, providing the implementation manager support, project management support, just really trying to ensure momentum. It's not just, I brought my well-thumbed plan along. It's not just a plan that sits on a shelf. It's really a plan that is being implemented actively by staff across all the councils. So a core part of our role is convening and connecting. We bring members of the Canterbury Climate Change Working Group together on a regular basis. We also feed into the group of elected members working with partners. So we've really worked very hard to create a shared space and create trust between councils. And as Jessie says, we've had a lot of continuity through that Canterbury Climate Change Working Group, which I think has helped allow us make such progress. We lead and support several actions and sub-actions as well. So our role in that is helping ensure that coherent regional approach and avoiding any duplicated efforts. We manage the programme budget as well, and we manage the majority of procurement. We also contribute that significant subject matter expertise from across council into different actions. So I think it reflects the unique role that we can play at that regional scale as a regional council, under pulling together all those system-wide thinking, system-wide risks, looking at the connections and bringing people together, providing guidance in that space. Do you want to move on to the next one, please? Thank you. In terms of the relevance of the plan for our council, the actions in the plan are intended to help all councils be effective in that changing climate. They're not actions that will solve climate change, they're actions that will help us fulfil our roles and our core services. The development, I'll give you a couple of examples, the development of the climate risk visualisation tool, Action 1, working with others on adaptation together, the development of that blue-green network plan, which we've touched on today, and the emissions reduction work that Alina will talk to in a minute. Those are all examples that will feed into different parts of our work as council. For example, the regional spatial planning, hazard resilience, our biodiversity mahi, our regional work in transport and waste. So we're trying really hard to feed in across the board in the delivery of our core services, helping our region be more effective, more resilient, and helping us be effective in that delivery of core services. And I'll just
got a question from Councillor Lamont.
I'm interested in you do lots of collaboration within councils, but domestically, regionally, and even internationally, is there any collaboration or finding out what others are doing to help ourselves be best in show? And do we benchmark against any of that? And if we do, how do we stack up?
Certainly, part of this work, we work in through the Te Ura Kahika network as well. So we're represented on the climate change sector interest group. So Morag Butler, Dr. Morag Butler, team leader in my team, is our representative on that group and co-convener. So we are working across all of the regional councils in that network across the country. Isla mentioned before as well the Adaptation Futures Conference, which we were represented at, but that was a great opportunity for us. We presented at the conference, but the networking and sharing of information and learnings, if you like, and things that we could do differently here in Canterbury, there was a lot of opportunities that arose through that discussion. And we're connected in a range of other networks as well, ACAN and others that that we can feed in our climate change thinking too. So, and some of the work that we are doing is actually really, leading in this space. The risk assessment that we did back in 2021 was one of the first in the country as well. And I mentioned also the ecosystem risk assessment that we just completed as well through Wildlands Consultants, and that's one of the first in the country too. So we are doing some amazing work here in Canterbury, which is really great to showcase that and bring that through into the thinking that we're doing here at a regional level. Particularly as we move into that spatial planning space. I think you'll see a lot more of this work starting to come through in the thinking there as well. Yeah.
Thank you. So just to finish up, I wanted to touch on the strategic review of the partnership plan. As I mentioned earlier, since the plan was approved in 2024, the policy and our funding environment is looking dramatically different, as you'll all be well aware. We're seeing major reforms across local government, resource management, national adaptation framework, emergency management, and in the emissions reduction space. So this is all happening at the same time, as you know. So now we need to look at the plan and ensure that it's still fit for purpose. All the changes that we're facing is affecting how councils are prioritising and their ability to fund their core services as well. So the Canterbury Climate Change Working Group has started a strategic review of the partnership plan. And this is to ensure that our actions are still fit for purpose, will deliver beneficial outcomes for councils, and to look at whether our priorities might need to shift for our final year next year in the plan. Part of the strategic review includes a rapid financial assessment. So we're trying to feed into and get clarity ahead of annual and long-term planning processes and decisions. And the review is also going to look at the relevance, sequencing, alignment with reforms and other pieces of legislation, such as the question around Indigenous biodiversity earlier. So we are trying to get that strategic overview and ensure alignment and not being inconsistent with any of the changes that we're facing. And then we'll take advice back to the regional forums through the policy chief execs and mayoral forums in May and June on that.
Councillor Campbell.
Hello. You just mentioned all the changes that are happening are affecting how councils are prioritising. And so the obvious question in response to that is, Are we seeing this work slipping down the list of priorities? Are we seeing it staying constant? And if, as I suspect it might be slipping down a bit, what can we do to keep it up there, top of mind for councils?
Through you, Chair, happy to answer that question. So look, climate change, as far as the second bullet point there on the slide, so the budget we have set for next year, and all councils had committed to including that in their annual plans at this stage, so we haven't heard anything else otherwise. There's always been the challenge with the number of staff available to be able to support this work. But there has been a real commitment from the Climate Change Working Group to this work and continuing to elevate that climate change thinking within their individual TAs, organisations, and through the Climate Champions Reference Group as well, which you're our representative, Councillor Campbell, on that group. We had the discussion a couple of weeks ago about the commitment to climate change and continuing to raise the profile of the work that we're doing here within our respective organisations and keeping that front and centre, which is a real challenge when there's so much going on in the world at the moment and nationally as well, with all of the reforms and changes that Isla just mentioned. So keeping climate change at the front of the conversation as much as we can. It is a challenge, but the work we are doing in the background is really supporting those conversations and driving us in the right direction. So, yeah.
Councillor Robinson, then Councillor Mackay, Davis, and then Faulkner.
Mine's more, I guess, the marine and coastal focus with regards to climate change and some of those early indicators that we see in the coastal space. Are we using, some of the findings in the Ionaro, which Dr. Shannon here was very much pivotal in? Are we using some of those findings in addressing and actioning some of the findings in the coastal space to actually, indicate or help us or assist us on land and how we move forward? Because it's like, we're talking about fresh water, we're talking about the natural environment, but a lot of climate change is occurring in the oceanic space, and we should be all over this as an island nation. I'm wondering how this informs what we do everywhere, not just on land, but, our coastal communities, our indigenous species. And I just don't see that really much in here. I know it's not detailed, but thank you.
Kia ora, thanks for the question. We're acutely aware that there's a lot of evidence, a lot of really good pieces of work that have been done across the board, and we take time to ensure that we collect all the evidence, not just that major piece of work, but other pieces of work where it feeds in. That said, as Jessie's mentioned, we are very constrained in terms of staff capacity, and we are really focused on, particularly on those key actions, and understanding what we need at this point in time to feed in there. But I take note your point around the marine environment.
I understand that what you're talking about in capacity, but I don't quite understand how it's a capacity issue if there's already very clear evidence, not anecdotal evidence, but if there's evidence to the effect that we should be using it, and I'm not sure that it's a staffing or capacity issue if it's there for the use. I just don't quite. Can you explain that to me?
Through your chair, one of the challenging actions that we have within the plan is the adaptation action, and particularly Huranui's been leading that work and scoping that work as well. So at a national level, adaptation's been one of the things that we've been grappling with, and we have some major coastal challenges up and down the coast of Canterbury. So the evidence that we have available to us supports those conversations that we're going to be having with our communities on land and along the coast. And things like the regional spatial planning and the planning processes that we're going to be going through will be where some of those conversations will happen. This plan doesn't solve all challenges. It focuses in on some key areas that we need to get better collaboratively, collectively working in the same space and sharing information so that we can work on challenges together. The issue, like as I said before, Hiranui and at the moment with Amberley Beach, which a number of you'll be aware of, that's one of the leading adaptation pieces that's happening around the country and has drawn the attention of ministries as well. That's where we're using the evidence and the processes and the experiences to share amongst all of the councils across Canterbury. So where we're dealing with similar issues, we've got the opportunities to learn and apply those learnings in different circumstances. So, yep, absolutely evidence pieces of reports that will feed into different processes. But again, these actions aren't going to solve all challenges, but maybe something we consider as part of the blue-green network thinking as well, how far that extends beyond just land or,
Yeah, and then I've got a
coastal
few
as
other
well.
people got questions.
Just to add to that a tiny bit, because I know that the likes of the port collects marine data, including water temperature, and there's a lot of indicators going back historically of where our trajectory is heading. So what I'm trying to say is, I guess, that as governors here, it's very important that those items are highlighted of where we're, not, I don't mean failing, but maybe where we just need an extra oomph, and how we can roll that out at different levels of where we sit. So that's really good that that's happening. Sorry.
Mentioned at the beginning too the climate change risk assessment that we undertook, and that was undertaken over 5 years ago. So we'll need to have a look at that again as well, and this is where the evidence and information will support that assessment too. So what are the risks associated with that changing climate? Have they been exacerbated? What's the likelihood of impact on both the marine environment as well as also the land environment? So that's something that we need to do. But again, it's, as Isla said, we do have capacity challenges as well across the board. So we just need to work through that as well. So,
Councillor McKay.
Thanks very much. Just picking up on your point around the HDC and the Amberley Beach issue, and I guess the learnings from that is really important because we had what we considered, I think would be fair to say, a pretty proactive council, and now when the rubber hits the road, so to speak, because it is quite close, we're getting reinforcement on the beach, but we've got the land purchase occurred or occurring, but then we've got a community that now's not so happy. So I think just the really important thing is to take learnings around how this all plays out. My point is, and it's probably more relevant to the second part, but I can't help but feel that the context of today will shape our future quite considerably. It'll be different. And I mean, I know we said that after COVID, but I think this is probably even bigger than COVID, globally and nationally and locally. In your review process that you're doing, and I'm presuming that's for the long-term plan, given that you already said the funding's in here, and it ties in, I guess, a little bit with Councillor Campbell's question. Where does this sit in the wants and the needs and the funding and all the tensions that we have? And I'm just hoping that you do look at, I mean, I'm sure that energy's going to change. We know that. Transport will change. There'll probably be some emissions reduction knock-ons and things like that. So to me, it almost feels like you're going to have to go back and really relook at just about everything. That's what I'm feeling.
No, through your chair, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so the review process will have a look at the strategic context that we're operating within for the partnership plan. What have we achieved? What still do we need to do? And that's the right timing, is to be having that conversation with an LTP conversation happening at the same time. So, but we're very aware of the constraints that we also have around funding and other things too, and just where the direction of national direction's going. So. Sorry.
Claire?
Yeah, I guess the point I probably am thinking, and I'm sure you guys are as well, is that some of this is going to happen naturally. Some of where we wanted to get to in our targets, for example, or thinking of where our aspirations are, some of this will actually happen now without our input, so to speak. And so I'm just thinking from Councillor Campbell's question is there might be opportunities to push things out 4 or 5 years, knowing that you're still going to actually reach the same end gain as we had 3 or 5 years ago.
Councillor Davis.
Yeah, thanks. This is obviously, long-term wicked problem. So what I'm hearing is I think we're going to need quite a bit more funding for the work, particularly things around the time it takes to talk to communities. And I'd like to know if you have any handle on how much time it was in that Amberley situation was spent. Because I think it's a lot more than we think. Then that kind of leads to that education piece and the food sovereignty piece with your planning and your spatial planning that we probably need to, and we will after this energy crisis, we need to grow food closer to the city. So somehow we weave that into this, to all this great work you're doing to protect that land from being developed. I don't know how we do that, but I think the future Kiwis in this area need to have that. And this education piece, like the emissions that we don't emit are the easiest ones. So that's educating people and kids. I'm thinking kids because they're the ones who will take it up. How much money have you got for that? And these other TAs and the districts, I'd like to know how much money we're actually putting into that education piece. And do you need more?
I think everybody would always like to ask for more money. But in terms of that education piece, we've got Action 5 in the partnership plan, which is around education and advocacy on climate change matters. And that focuses on the It's Time Canterbury campaign that we've had, which Environment Canterbury has led the development of and was supported under the Mayoral Forum. That piece of work, the It's Time Canterbury campaign, has been under review, and we're waiting for the results of that strategic review to figure out what needs to be done next in terms of education advocacy and how much it might cost. So I don't have a specific answer for you at the moment, but to say that work is underway.
And can I just add through your chair, individual councils do their own education in the climate change space. So it's not all on Environment Canterbury or just on this partnership plan. Individual councils do a lot of education in this space through schools, through various programs of work that they have. Engagement with like the Huranui on the Amberley Beach work, that was part of their project, their engagement with their community. So I don't have any particular costings as such around that. But that will be something that I think we can look at though as a case study and go, well, how does that actually apply to different parts of the region? And what are we up for as a region in terms of some of the costs and challenges that we need to address? So because you think further down the coast, there's a lot more challenges that we still haven't grappled with yet. So with a very much a changing coastline. So yeah, there's some communities at risk there. And this is when I know we keep saying spatial planning, but actually looking at our most risk communities across the region, thinking about how we're going to adapt those communities to the changing climate. And it's not just floods, it's not just coastal, it's drought, it's other natural hazards as well. So we need to think about this in a holistic sense, and engagement with our communities will be a critical part of that.
Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you. My question's leading on from that. On page 8, we had point 5, climate change, education and advocacy to support communities. So that was talking about the process there. And my question is around that cost and the communication program. Because when I go through to page 11, and we've got the final bullet point, the interdependencies with water management, hazard resilience, etc., emissions. So those are all integrated together and going to be influenced in the future with what's happening in the world and the costs. So I've got to frame my thought here. flood protection and the value of assets, etc. Are we getting the message through to the community, etc., that what we're trying to do is manage the hazards effectively, gravel extraction out of rivers, the level of assets that it's being protected, what happens if we don't do it, all these things. And I'm just wondering if our communications is not as adequate as it could be. And the other question is, can I get some information on the communications program that goes out to the community and the actual cost there? Because I'd like to get a handle around whether it is insufficient.
Happy to bring back some more information through you, Chair, particularly on the second question around the costings associated with that. We had set aside around 200,000, I think it was, for the It's Time Canterbury campaign, which has had quite a reach into the communities. But again, we're just looking at what is the understanding around climate change in the communities and through surveys and other mechanisms, so we can feedback, refine, decide where we need to go next. Through our LTP, obviously with engagement on the LTP and the services that we provide, we also engage with our community and get that feedback as well. So things like river infrastructure and the support for funding that through our core services, we get that feedback regularly through our surveys and our own engagement. So, but happy to bring back some further information, particularly on that engagement process, if you like, and talk through maybe the It's Time Canterbury campaign, what it's been about, where the review's going, and what that looks like going forward. Yep.
How many more slides do we have on this?
I think it might be best if we move on, if possible. This was the last slide on the partnership plan.
I've got a question from Councillor Cromwell.
Kia ora koutou. Just on similar to John on page 8, just on point 3 and 6, just talking about treaty-based approach and also supporting Papatipu Runanga in the process. And I know sometimes that Papatipu Runanga see more support through Environment Canterbury than in TAs, and just kind of how that's been going, and has it been positives and negatives, I suppose, on having Papatipu involved in areas? Kia ora.
So initially, when we first started engaging on the development of the partnership plan 4 years ago, there was engagement with Ngāi Tahu through the development of the plan at that time. The individual actions have different aspects of those that we want to engage with Papatipu Runanga. It's been a capacity issue sometimes as well, from both sides in that respect. I'm going to touch on the energy work shortly, where that has actually been we've made some really good progress in that regard. The emissions work, which is one that Alina's going to cover as well, that's another area that we want to engage with our Runanga, with our representative Papatipu Runanga entities as well. It has been just a capacity and timing issue more than anything. So, but not the want to actually get out and engage with Runanga on the issues that are important to them as part of this plan.
Just supplementary, just on, I suppose, on the if it's not the Runanga, the prees. I mean, have you involved in many with the prees as well? Yeah. So most of the work has been with the prees and.
So we're just going to touch on the energy work in a second, but we've been engaging with through Te Pātaka, with the Banks Peninsula Runanga as well. So we've had multiple hui with them talking about the energy work and thinking about the strategic framework and energy actions. And similarly, we want to engage on other pieces of work that we have. And you'll appreciate that through the Merrill Forum, Ngāi Runanga, Justin Tipper Kaiwhakahaere and Tanya Waddy as Deputy Kaiwhakahaere are joining the table now as well. So we want to see better engagement through that process as well. So yeah, it's something we want to continue to work together on these actions, because there is some really critical parts of this plan that impact on our Runanga, and we work in so many different spaces together on this. So it is a partnership approach. Yep.
So we'll go through these next few slides on this particular pit, then we'll do questions at the end of those, if that's okay. Excellent.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Alina Topla tuku ingoa. It's a pleasure to present a bit more information on one of the actions we've got in the partnership plan, which is the development of a regional transition to low emissions plan. Just go a few slides back, please, Jessie, thank you. And this is a key initiative in the partnership plan. And Environment Canterbury is leading this work on behalf of the Mayoral Forum to allow for that regional coordination and alignment when it comes to emissions reduction in Canterbury. And as you can see here on this slide, the aim of that action is to work with partners, communities, and key stakeholders to build a regional low emissions transition plan that supports equitable, inclusive local pathways to a thriving climate resilient region meeting emissions reduction targets. So there's quite a lot in that action, but it gives you a sense of the scope of this piece of work. And the aim is to identify sort of a set of feasible but high impact emissions reduction initiatives where councils have influence or where partnerships or collaboration make sense and add value. And this work is direct, so it's not sort of a nice to have. It does directly respond to international and national climate change commitments and targets. It does directly respond as well to the need to manage growing costs and liabilities to Canterbury's communities, infrastructure and councils. So that work really acknowledges that emissions reduction is a critical lever to sort of support adaptation, if you may, if it's in the regions and Canterbury's resilience. And this work directly addresses that and acknowledges that. Here on the slide, you see the work that has happened to date on that action. So we've made quite significant progress to date. We've started off on that sort of robust foundation in 2021 on Environment Canterbury's regional greenhouse gas emissions inventory. So that gave us really good understanding of where the emission sources are coming from and where should efforts be targeted and who are the highest emitters. Since 2024, and we're still part of that national collaboration that Jessie mentioned earlier, that collaboration aims to improve emissions inventory across councils, because at the moment, the reality is that every council does different emissions inventory, so it makes it really hard to compare the data and to contrast. So that really aims to that everyone starts off from the same methodology. And also, part of that collaboration at the moment, they're trying to provide a tool for councils, like a policy planning tool, to feed some emissions reduction initiatives in there and see the potential they could have to reduce emissions over a longer time is currently in the making. And the work on that action really has begun in last year, 2025, where we started off with a comprehensive review of what emissions reduction initiatives are already going on in the region, what are national sort of policy settings or emerging opportunities in that space for councils. And that really provided sort of a robust foundation and already sort of emerged some of the opportunities that we could look into. And there was the next step, the work that we undertook with Tonkin and Taylor. We did and Ayla mentioned that as well, the transition risks and opportunities assessment. So those emerging opportunities, this was around sort of 60 of them, were put into a lens of social, cultural, environmental and economic sort of impacts, but also what actions could deliver the highest greenhouse gas emissions reductions. So really you could see as a bit of a prioritization tool in a way to focus efforts on where we can have the biggest impact and what's within council's influence. And with that sort of, you can see in a way that's sort of the evidence base, if you may, that we've collected until then. And then we wanted to also hear from stakeholders and from youth, particularly understanding what are the barriers out there that particularly industry stakeholders that we engaged with, what are the barriers that they are facing and what are realistic opportunities we could take to reduce emissions. And that was, we organised 2 engagement workshops, one in Rangiora, one in Timaru at the end of last year, was well attended, and one youth engagement workshop at the beginning of this year together with the support of the youth engagement team from ECAN. And the outcomes that, or like the messages that we heard through that engagement, really confirmed that there is a strong need for regional coordination, particularly, and leadership that came through quite strongly. And key barriers, not surprising, but funding and upfront capital investment was noted as a key barrier. Data as well. Some data isn't ideal in some sectors. There was another key barrier, and regulatory settings and policy uncertainty was mentioned as well. But as well, a lot of opportunities that we could take were raised at those as well, that we're now sort of in the next step analysing in a bit more detail. And we're working together with Becca on that actually. They're helping us to look into those initiatives in a bit more detail and assess those. So and now we're moving into sort of testing priorities a bit more with councils. So this is part of today as well, to provide the opportunity to you to now feedback or comment on the strategic framework that was developed for that piece of work. What you can see here on the slide, so that strategic framework includes the vision, outcomes, objectives, and principles. And I want to note that it's very strongly aligned to the partnership plan strategic framework, because that was developed in 2023 together with all the councils, but slightly adjusted to account for that it is directed at emissions reduction, and also to align with other relevant regional work to make sure that it all goes in the same direction, such as the energy work that you will hear about a bit more after this briefing, and also the regional land transport plan, which I believe is brought to you tomorrow in another briefing. And I just want to summarize, maybe one slide back, Jessie, thank you. Summarize what you can see here. So the vision, and Ayla mentioned that is the same as the partnership plan, so to strive to a thriving, climate resilient, low emissions Canterbury. And it's underpinned by those outcomes you can see here. Just in summary, that emissions reduction are aligned with national and international commitments, that Canterbury's energy system, very topical, that it is secure, resilient, and future-proof, that urban form and transport systems are well planned with accessible public and active transport solutions or options, that the transition is smooth and equitable, that economic opportunities are created and collective well-being raised as doing so, and that natural systems in our environment can thrive, that we help it thrive, and that it can store carbon and so to say help us in that endeavour. Next slide, thank you. The objectives here you can see in summary, that investment is focused on low emissions and renewable technologies where they will make the most sense, that funding is secured, that also sort of addresses emissions reduction, but also where we can see other benefits in the social, environment, cultural, and in economic space. Because especially in emissions reduction, a lot of initiatives that we're currently starting to look at, you can see there's a lot of co-benefits by doing that, improved air, actually quite a lot of co-benefits. I won't go too much into detail now, but that's really what we're striving towards, that we can address a few more issues than solely reducing emissions. Also that we integrate and support nature-based solutions. That does link to the question before from you, Chair, around the blue-green network as well, so that nature-based solutions is a cost-effective way of addressing multiple issues, may it be flooding or reducing emissions as a carbon sink. That also, again, we want to enable transformational action in a very sort of inclusive and equitable way, so taking people and stakeholders along their journey. And to work with communities to put existing solution into action, because there are already a lot of existing solutions out there, and to embed climate resilience within spatial planning and urban design. And the principles or values that this work wants to apply is those last ones that you can see here in blue: treaty-based, equitable and inclusive, intergenerational, systems-oriented and urgent. And we just want to, I'll just finish off with one last slide on the next step to this work before I would like to give the opportunity to provide feedback on that strategic direction. We're currently moving into that phase where we're testing that with councils before we really go into the initiatives under that. Particularly, we would like to hear if the strategic framework supports the delivery of key regional outcomes, in your opinion. Does it focus on areas where councils have the greatest influence, or did we miss anything? Are there any gaps that we can include, or any opportunities that we can incorporate as part of this work? And just to give you a sense of the next steps before I hand back over to you, Chair, as said, we're now testing that with councils. We do follow the Mayoral Forum governance as well. So it's through the Policy Forum, Chief Executive Forum and Mayoral Forum. So that will happen around sort of from now through to June, while we're already sort of starting to look into those initiatives, which were then sort of mid to late this year. We should sort of have some initiatives that we will bring back to you for further feedback. So then, as part of that as well, we're working with councils with sort of long-term planning processes, as this will be part of the long-term plans. And then early to mid next year, we will be coming back to you as sort of that seeking formal approval and endorsement from councils, but also the Mayoral Forum on that plan. Kia ora koutou, thank you.
Through you, Chair, I was just going to just suggest that this last slide here that Lena just mentioned, I'm just very conscious of time because we've got the energy briefing as well, but maybe if you're happy, we could leave that question with councillors, and Councillor Gerard actually emailed around earlier because she couldn't be here today and suggested a few things as well around this work. So happy to take any feedback from councillors via email, or more than happy to sit down with any of the councillors and have a further discussion as well.
No, that's good, and thank you very much for the briefing. If there's anything urgent or burning that councillors want to ask, we can go a couple of minutes. Claire?
Just seeking, we are not going to see the response to feedback until next year. Is that how I've read your next steps? Sorry, we're going to have another opportunity.
Yes, quick response to that. Yes, the next step will be bringing the initiatives back to you, and I'm happy to bring back the feedback as part of that briefing as well.
Moody? Councillor Moody?
Thank you. Yes, so I also wasn't here for the first briefing the previous week, so I'm still playing catch up. Am I right in thinking that we are kind of championing, facilitating, leading this work, and we're imagining that the TAs may be the ones in the positions to do the majority of the implementing of it? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, the intent would be that it follows a similar approach to the partnership plan so far, that implementation is spread across councils. Some initiatives might sit more with district councils, while others potentially sit with the regional councils or across. So that is yet to be determined depending on what initiatives come out of the next step.
All right, so I've got the Deputy Chair, then Councillor Robinson, and I'm going to close off with Councillor Campbell.
Kia ora, tēnā koe. Just you mentioned data as a barrier. I mean, data for this organisation. We can talk all different areas throughout this through Environment Canterbury. So just when you said data was a barrier, can you just elaborate a little bit on that, please?
Sure. Especially interestingly in the waste sector, data was mentioned. There isn't too much there. And from some sector stakeholders in that area, they said that they would like a bit more there in order to know what the best next steps would be. So waste came out as the biggest one. A little bit in the energy space, but part of it potentially will be addressed through the energy work that I think the briefing is just after that one.
Councillor Robinson?
Mine actually goes back to the coastal element again. Well, I have to. Carbon sequestration with regards to, kelp forests, seagrasses and the likes, especially seagrasses can help, slow down tides and even mangroves to it. We need to start really considering these things because it will address a lot of the issues we've got, as we all know. And also I would like to at least bring up in this forum to say, actually what Dion mentioned earlier today, bottom trawling in our region releases a lot of carbon. And we've got that data at quite a high level. If it's not held here in New Zealand, it's held with the likes of the IUCN and international bodies on this. We need to be serious about what it's doing in our coastline, erosion, the likes. If we can't do, well, we actually can at a spatial level. We can look out to 12 nautical miles, and I would really like to consider this as part of going forward for a healthier environment for land and ocean. So I think it's a big discussion to be had at that strategic level with everybody. Yeah, thanks.
My comment, suggestion, and I can put this in email as well, comes from some of the questions that have been asked around the table today about how do we communicate with communities and lots of different messages and everything that's going on, and everybody's having a mind explosion going, we're all having mind explosions, but I actually just wonder, there's so much complexity coming at people today, so much. They're just, both parents are working and picking up the shopping on the way home and dropping the kids, and possibly, I wonder whether part of this should be an integrated communications campaign across the entire region with like the It's Time Canterbury, everybody adopting the same messaging about managed retreat, about energy, about transport, about all the things that feed into this, so that rather than there being lots of individual campaigns that blow everybody's mind, they can at least see this is a consistent thing. It will be all those individual things, but under a consistent thing. And I just wonder whether that's one way of getting across the information overload that everybody is experiencing right now.
Excellent. I agree with that. So we'll probably need to move on to the next briefing. I just got one thing I just wanted to ask around it's not a question, but it's around the vision, and it's especially in the context of the environment we're facing right now. We're now seeing that climate resilience is quite important, but the reliance that we have on fossil fuels is actually going to cripple our economy full stop, rather than the climate. So I think there might need to be some reframing, and you talked about co-benefits. How can we reframe this so that it's actually more relevant to people in their actual day-to-day lives? So I think there's something here, in the vision, a thriving, climate resilient, low emissions Canterbury. Yeah, that sounds good. It's a bit waffly in the high clouds, but how does it actually impact on people's lives? And we're starting to see the impacts of this right now with just the cost of diesel. Food's going to go up. We're going to see hyperinflation potentially if this continues. So there is actual relevant, tangible things, and then the actual benefits then become, well, you're using less carbon emissions because you're actually having a better thriving, and health is another thing in there. So I think there's a lot to unpick there, and I think there's a better way we can reframe it. Anyway, moving into the next one. It's big stuff at the moment. Just kick straight off. This is a Canterbury Regional Energy Workstream. So Amy, Jesse and Tammy, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Purpose of this briefing, following on from the Climate Partnership Plan and emissions reduction work, is to brief councillors on the regional energy workstream being progressed by the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. Environment Canterbury, with support from the Regional Public Service Commission, has been leading this piece of work on behalf of the Mayoral Forum and all of the partner TAs. This work's been underway for a couple of years now, started with the Canterbury Regional Energy Inventory, and we're now into developing the strategic framework and action plan, which Tammy will take you through shortly. Again, you'll see this slide multiple times as we move through the briefings over the coming weeks, but just to put that again in context with the climate change and energy work. But again, as we've already talked about, this is all linked with all the other streams of work as well.
We'll just go through this presentation and then we'll do questions at the end if that's okay. Councillors, just write them down.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'll without any further ado in that respect, I'll pass over to Tammy Phillips, who's our principal advisor in my strategy team.
Kia ora koutou. So I'll just start with a brief overview of the background to this work stream. So the Regional Energy Workstream was initiated by the Mural Forum in mid-2024 in recognition of the growing importance... Oh, sorry. Come closer.
Speak on that.
Okay. Of energy to the region's economic development, and it also reflects some key priorities and actions in the Canterbury Mural Forum's Plan for Canterbury that they had developed over the previous triennium. The energy work has been led through the Economic Development Forum, providing a regional governance and coordination role, and to support this there's a steering group that's been established as a subgroup of the forum that brings together a group of members that guide direction of the work. At an operational level, as Jessie mentioned, the project's being progressed by a cross-agency project team, which comprises staff from the Canterbury Regional Council, the Regional Public Service, and also Kaikoura District Council. This slide sets out some of the reasons why the work is important at a regional level. As noted earlier, the Mural Forum's Plan for Canterbury identifies energy as a key regional priority, reflecting its significance to the region's future. We just note that energy has strong linkages across a number of areas, particularly economic development, regional resilience, and emissions reduction. And there's also a clear opportunity to take a more joined up and regionally aligned approach to energy. Historically, activity has often been undertaken in a more fragmented way, and this work aims to bring greater coordination and coherence across the region. We have seen some quite strong appetite from councils, agencies and other stakeholders for a more coordinated approach to energy planning and action, which this work is intended to respond to. The work also sits within the broader context of other work being progressed by the Mural Forum, which Jessie's referred to, including regional spatial planning, transport and economic priorities, as well as climate change. I'll just briefly touch on how the work has been progressed to date. So it has three sort of integrated components. The first phase was the development of an energy inventory, which provided a comprehensive overview of Canterbury's energy landscape. This forms the evidence base for future work and is now available on the Mural Forum website. There's a link actually at the end of this presentation. The second phase of work has two parts to it. The first part is the development of a strategic framework, which establishes a shared regional vision, outcomes and priorities, and sets the strategic direction. And then the third part is the action plan and roadmap, which will translate the strategy into delivery. The next couple of slides just provide a brief overview of the regional energy inventory and some of the key insights that it provides. The inventory is essentially a current state assessment. It provides a comprehensive snapshot of the region's energy system, covering generation, transmission, and use. It was developed with input from key sector stakeholders and subject matter experts and was approved for publication by the Mural Forum in May last year. The inventory draws on a combination of published data, including data provided by MB, ECA and Transpower, as well as insights that were gained through stakeholder engagement. It's helped to develop a shared understanding of Canterbury's energy system and identifies a number of key opportunities and challenges facing the region. As a first phase of the work stream, the inventory provides the foundation for both the strategic framework and the action plan that follow. So this slide just highlights a few of the key insights from the energy inventory. We know that the energy system is facing major changes, with some of the key drivers being our carbon reduction commitments, rising electricity demand, technology advancements, and climate change. Related to this, there are significant regulatory and policy changes at a national level that are affecting the energy sector. The inventory also sort of illustrated that all significant scale energy generation in Canterbury comes from renewable sources and mainly from hydro. But we also rely on a variety of other energy sources across different sectors, particularly transport and industry. There are many large-scale solar farm projects at various stages in the planning pipeline which have the potential to diversify the region's energy mix. Significant investment is required in electricity generation and networks to meet the projected increased demand for electricity and in order for industry to decarbonise. And just finally, through engagement with key sector stakeholders and subject matter experts, there's been strong support for a collaborative regional approach to energy. I think there's recognition that change is going to happen, and having a coordinated approach is more likely to put us in a better position to respond strategically and also to input to national processes. So in the middle of last year, the work moved into phase 2, which is the development of a strategic framework. The framework sets the strategic direction for a coordinated regional approach to energy. It's been developed with input from key sector stakeholders, councils and others, including Sampapa Te Purunanga, ensuring it reflects a broad range of perspectives. Importantly, the strategic framework will provide the foundation for the next stage of work, the action plan. It's now nearing finalisation, and we're hoping to present the sort of final draft framework to the Mayoral Forum in May for endorsement as a direction of travel. So this slide just shows the strategic framework plan on a page, and as mentioned, it's still in draft at the moment. There's also a supporting report that sits alongside the plan on a page, which provides a bit more detail and context. So at the same time as finalising the strategic direction, work is underway to develop the action plan, which will set out how we'll get there and the tangible actions that might be needed. The action plan is what will translate the strategic framework into delivery. It'll identify priority actions across key sectors to achieve our agreed energy outcomes and support coordinated region-wide action and investment. Currently, the focus is on developing and testing draft actions in collaboration with key sector stakeholders, councils through the regional forums and other partners. The action plan is going to build on the insights from the energy inventory, and it will align with the key priorities that have been established through the strategic framework. And we're targeting the action plan for completion by the end of the financial year, so by the end of June. So this slide just sets out some of the key next steps for the regional energy work. As mentioned, finalisation of the strategic framework will occur alongside the development of the action plan over the next few months. Some key next steps include finalising the framework and supporting report for the consideration of the Mayoral Forum in May, progressing the development of the action plan with the aim of delivering a draft by the end of June, and continuing engagement with key sector stakeholders, mana whenua and councils, as well as through the regional forums. So this slide just touches on some of the relevance of the regional energy work for our organisation and communities. As has been mentioned earlier, the work connects closely with regional planning, including spatial planning. There's an opportunity to integrate energy planning into long-term land use decisions. It also supports a more coordinated regional approach, helping councils, iwi and stakeholders across the region to align priorities and investment. Provides important context for future discussions and decisions, providing a clear framework for thinking about energy infrastructure, resilience and innovation. And finally, as already mentioned, energy is really closely linked with other regional priorities like water management, hazard resilience, air quality transport and emissions reduction.
Through you, Chair. So, this is again part of the series of briefings. Happy to take questions. I know I'm conscious of time as well. Today's got through quite a lot today, but certainly with this work, as with the emissions reduction work, if there's any feedback on the framework, actions, development, welcome any feedback from councillors as well as we go forward.
We've got about 10 minutes for questions, so I'm going to actually go to Councillor Lamont first. And it's based on the question that I have is how does this, we're working on a strategic framework, how does this fit into this strategy committee at this council? Because there will be work that this council potentially has to do, and is there any oversight in that respect? So that was a question. I don't know, Councillor Lamont, you've got that as well. But I'll come to you first, and then we'll go to Councillor Faulkner after that.
Thank you, Chair. If you could answer Chair's question, and then I'll follow from that. Thank you.
Just thinking how I respond to that question in terms of the strategy and policy committee. Certainly, this is work that was originated out of the Plan for Canterbury. So as we mentioned, the Plan for Canterbury looked at trying to foster relationships in the energy sector and address some of the challenges that we've got through that. I think through the Strategy and Policy Committee here, when we're thinking about things like the regional spatial planning work and this work that we're doing in the Merrill Forum space will feed in. There'll be inputs into and thinking around what we're trying to achieve here in terms of land use change, the interdependencies with transport, emissions reduction, air quality, etc. So I think there's a conversation to be had at the Strategy and Policy Committee about energy in a general sense, and what is that as an input into other processes that we're running through that committee, informed by the work we're doing here as well.
Yeah, I would say that energy underpins absolutely everything, and is at the heart of a lot of what we're doing. I've just got a couple of targeted questions and then a strategic one looking at what we've got here. The fossil fuels still account for 70%. The other 30%, what's the makeup between hydro and electric? And I also want to know the rate of change of conversion.
Know the specific 30% makeup of hydro, solar, wind, etc. as the components of the 30%. We could give you that information as additional information. It is contained in the regional energy inventory when we did that. I'd have to pull that out, and supply that to council. But certainly we can do that. Your second.
Yeah, second. Sorry, just looking at the strategic draft framework, energy framework. At the moment, it's a bit of whimsy and fantasy, you'd have to say. Absolutely aspirational, but I would love to just pull this apart and work on that within strategy and policy. At the moment, it's wide and aspirational. I'm thinking, especially in the environment we're in, we need to start being a bit more strategically targeted and honed in terms of our energy requirements going forward.
Certainly take those points, Councillor Lamont. I guess with this bit of work where we started from with the regional energy inventory and looking at the opportunities and challenges, and then working with a really wide range of stakeholders in the energy sector. So we've managed to get all of the main Transpowers, all of the EDBs, the Orions, the Alpines, North, Main Powers, etc. together, a whole range of other stakeholders in the room together, and multiple stakeholder workshops to develop the framework, because in a broader sense there's so many different sectors involved in the energy space. It's hard to be quite targeted into particular single areas, if you like. So that's probably why it seems like a bit of a wide-ranging strategic framework, but it's representative of so many different perspectives around the table, trying to tackle so many different issues with not a lot of national direction in this space either. That's been the challenge as well. There's not a national energy strategy that we've been working to. So trying to coordinate at a regional level and address all of the challenges that we're seeing actually nationally as well, because of the absence of that national direction in that regard. So
it would be good if we could start leading in this space.
Councillor Faulkner. So I've got Councillor Faulkner, Robinson, Mackay, Davis, and then Campbell.
Thank you for that. I was just looking at page 9, where we have the energy sites there, or storage sites, hydro stations, and then on page 10 where the insights from the energy inventory, and up in the top right hand corner, increasing demand for electricity up to 80% in the future. And with the current circumstances, there could be in the agricultural industry a huge drive to electrification of their plant and machinery. So the demand looks like it's going to be huge. And then that takes me back to our Hiranui Waiā Zone Committee, And when we started in 2010, we had about 54 storage sites identified. Now, my question is, are we including a reassessment of some of those storage sites? Of that 54, there were probably only 4 that were potentially viable. And circumstances then were very different to circumstances now. So in the inventory, should we be looking at options like this instead of just looking at the inventory, having potential solutions in a storage site, and start those conversations now?
I think, certainly that's things for us to consider as part of the inventory of opportunities there. So I think we'd have to go back and have a look at the inventory. It is a living document. So I was just thinking, as Chair Swiggs was talking about the fuel crisis at the moment as well, and the challenges that's arising, that have arisen since then. So the stuff that we will need to continue. We've always said that this is a continuously updated document, a living document, as a current state assessment to inform the actions that we will take. So I'll have to have a look at that issue a little bit more about water storage and opportunities in that regard, and what does that mean in terms of some of the actions that we might take in the plan going forward. So might have a chat to you separately, if you don't mind, after this briefing, just to understand a little bit more and how we could include that in relevant information into the inventory, and then what does that mean in terms of the actions that we might take as part of the plan.
Genevieve.
No, thank you. I think about the climate issue and the energy issue as pretty much one and the same. I just think as a region, we need to seriously consider priorities here and what we can do as a sort of a quasi-mandatory role of saying there needs to be a trigger point in either building control where you're a developer or you're going for full building consent for something that triggers the mandatory role of individual solar or energy, as well as they do in Victoria and Australia, many different varieties of recycled water options, water storage. And there needs to be a trigger point that we need to lead, because it's not happening. And what I would love to see on a map is not just the hydro, not just the massive scale solar, but how many individual homes have done this out of their own merit, out of their own ideas, and how we could really quadruple, triple, that type of mentality, and how we could address a lot of these things. Because this is an urban issue as much as it is anything else, if not more so. Because we need water, we need energy as well. And it's getting hotter in the city. Don't tell me it's not, because it is. I'm just wondering if we've looked at that as part of the strategy of actually initiating, I guess a role in forcing hand at times. Sorry.
Through you, Chair, you've covered a number of topics here, Councillor Robinson. So certainly those are some of the actions that we would be looking at as part of the plan, is to promote and advocate for household solar and those type of things. And we did hear from Mike Casey from Rewiring Aotearoa last training, which councillors could have a look at the previous recordings of the briefing we did on the energy work at that time. It was followed by Rewiring Aotearoa speaking about that and how we can promote that on individual homes and businesses around the region. So they are one of many solutions and part of the bigger, broader future energy demand and energy supply scenarios that each of the individual lines companies and Transpower are looking at for the future in terms of their investment as well. So, because when we generate solar on energy on your electricity off your solar on your house, on your rooftop, you're potentially putting some of that back into the grid. So the individual companies are looking at what is the capacity and what are the challenges going forward in the infrastructure that they provide as well. So this is very much into the action space of what we're considering and how do we address some of those challenges. Yeah.
So we've actually got to time. I've I'm not sure what clock I'm looking at, so I'll go off that one at the moment. So we've got a couple of minutes, and I've got Mackay, Davis, Campbell, and then Moody. So if you can be very direct in the question that you want, because we can always get those questions emailed in if you need to. So we'll start with Councillor Mackay.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go back to the strategic framework as well, and I agree with Councillor Lamont. Very aspirational, and I felt that of the previous one as well. Question around the principles coordinated and collaborative. I'm presuming iwi have been involved in these discussions as well, and I am concerned when I heard the other day that Runang are actually looking at doing their own spatial plan, Mackenzie, for example, in response to the number of applications for solar farms. So I'm just thinking, how does this all fit together? Have we actually got all parties on the same page? Because I'm not feeling, and I just would make a comment to Councillor Robinson. I don't see this necessarily as something that we as a regional council can lead, because we know the context of what's actually happening now. Solar's taking off. If we've got EV vehicles, people are going to maximise that by putting some solar in as well. We know that you've got a return investment of about 4.5 years on a house at the moment with batteries. So,
Councillor Davis.
Oh, cheers, it's big. I'm just looking at your shared knowledge and data and insights. So are you able to just tell me how far along things like Wellington Unitary, Auckland Unitary, obviously they're all doing this work, or are we actually ahead of it? I mean, I suppose as the plan, as the action
Wellington's
plan.
not a unitary yet.
What's that?
Wellington isn't a unitary yet.
Oh, sorry. But I mean, are you able to pick up the phone and talk to people out of the region?
So certainly the genesis of actually some of this work started a few years ago when I was at the Climate Change and Business Conference in Auckland, sitting next to Waikato Regional Council staff members at breakfast, and we were talking about the energy challenge and thinking about, well, what work can we do here, and they'd undertaken a regional energy inventory and had a strategic framework, and it's a gap here in Canterbury that we saw. So hence, part of the fostering of relationships in the energy sector and the plan for Canterbury, we saw the linkages there. So we've been working closely with Waikato Regional Council on this work, and they've been into the process of reviewing their inventory as well now, reviewing the strategic frame. So we've been working closely together to actually learn from each other and shape what the strategic framework and the actions that we will see going forward, but certainly looking at other councils as well as we go along.
Councillor Campbell.
Mine's sort of a response to Nettles and Claire about high level and aspirational. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing, because it's the actions on the ground. When you look at how do we take a look at, for example, strategic priority 3, enable choices and access. So that's a big aspirational waffly thing. But then you get down to transport and you go to transport planning in Christchurch. How do we enable choices and access? Have we got the right cycleways? No. Have we got enough buses? No, probably not. Is there safe scooting and walking to schools? No, probably not. And so that then becomes something that each territorial authority can use to look at what they're doing and what they need to do more. So I guess that was my response to that.
Councillor Moody, we'll finish off with you.
Does ECAN collaborate on this with the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority?
Yes, they've been involved in all of the stakeholder workshops that we've run and have reviewed the material that's been sent out after the workshops, so the strategic framework and the supporting report as well.
Reducing our energy use is also part of this puzzle, isn't it? Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much, team, for the time that you've taken. It's a really interesting topic. I think it's something that's going to build upon where we are now into the future. So thank you. Just for the people online, we are going into PX briefing, so the live streaming will break for a couple of hours. Are we back online? Welcome back to everybody who has been waiting for hours for us to come back to the live stream. Welcome to the Canterbury Regional Council's last briefing for Wednesday. What is the day? The 8th of April. This briefing is on mana whakahono arohe. Well, it's a workshop to discuss the mana whakahono arohe and what it might look like. So we've got David, Terawai, and not Alex. Dave, I'll let you introduce everybody.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ngā mihi kia koutou. So you'll obviously know Terry, but I think this might be the first time in a public workshop that Jasmine Mowat has joined the table. So I'll let Jasmine introduce herself and her role in the Timu Herenga.
Well, tēnā te mihi kia koutou, ko Jasmine Mowat tōku ingoa. I'm a team lead partnership intent in Paurotaki, the new Tumu Herenga team. I've been here for about 6 months now, so I'm privileged to be here and to support the work of Tumu Herenga and this important RMA reform work too. Kia ora.
So this workshop really flows off the back of the last year of conversations around the relationship with Papatapu Raunanga, obviously in the context of resource management reforms, in which there's already existing provisions around mana whakahono arohe. So this is to work through and familiarise councillors with particularly those provisions in the existing RMA and in this transitional period and what that might mean in the context of future agreements and relationships with mana whenua. So I'll hand over to Terry.
Tēnā rā tātou. As Devo has already mentioned, the purpose of this workshop is just to provide you with some information regarding mana whakahono arohe agreements on the back of the kōrero that we had last year across the refresh of the 2-year agreement, and obviously framed in the context of the upcoming resource management reforms, and acknowledgement that mana whakahono arohe are provided for in the proposed bills that are coming through. This workshop is future focused, and so we are looking at what may occur in the future in terms of what decisions council may need to make in the event that you get an invitation to enter into a mana whakahono arohe, and this workshop is open to the public. We have an hour set aside this afternoon, and I know you guys have already had a really long day, and so we're going to keep the presentation part really short and just do a bit of a recap around what mana whakahono arohe are, and then just open it up so you have opportunity to discuss. Ka pai. Let's go to the next one. So, as always, we always start with the existing partnership commitments that this council has made. They're on the wall over there as we look at every time we're in this beautiful whare. And the journey that this council has been on with Papatapu Runaka in Waitaha over the last decade and more, the commitments that it's made to partnership with Papatapu Runaka recognises the intrinsic connections between the work of the council and the work of Papatapu Runaka as mana whenua in this area. Those commitments have been confirmed through the 2-year agreement, which was refreshed last year, at the end of last year. And we recognised during the kōrero that we had over the last 12 months around the refresh of the 2-year agreement, it was before the new bills had been tabled in Parliament. And so we wanted to come back and have another kōrero just around what's changed in that context since December, and just reconfirming where those commitments of yours stand and where you might like to move in the future. The position statements that you signed in May last year also reaffirm, and that commitment to partnership being at the centre and forefront of the work that we do in Te Taiwa to protect our natural environments. And obviously that's been reinforced over the intervening periods through submissions that you've made on the RM reforms and other reforms that are on the table at the moment. Ka pai. And I think just to reinforce as well, what we're shifting our attention to now is as the implementation of the new resource management system becomes closer, what are the tools and the kete that we might need to support and enable mana whenua participation in the resource management system? Ka pai. So mana whakahono-arohe are one of the tools in the kete that we can use. I think one of the things that we talked about last year as we worked through the 2-year agreement is that while it is a really strong commitment and recognition of the relationship that this council has with Papatipu Runaka, it's not a statutory document. So under the current resource management system, it doesn't constitute a statutory document. A mana whakahono-arohe in both the current Resource Management Act and as proposed in the new system would create a statutory document for how how council wants to work with Papatipu mana whenua moving forward in the new resource management regime. The replacement legislation does provide for any mana whakahono-arohe that have been initiated or agreed, which means that we could initiate or we could receive an invitation to initiate a mana whakahono. It doesn't need to be signed up to be valid under the new system, so it wouldn't be wasted work. We don't have to try and rush and get any mana whakahono-arohe across the line before the new system is passed into legislation, if that's where you choose to go. I think the other key point to note around the mana whakahono-arohe, under the new resource management regime as it's been proposed at the moment, they will have greater weight in terms of iwi participation. We remember the funnel diagram that we've been using a lot, and most of the iwi participation mechanisms sit at the top of that funnel, and a mana whakahono-arohe agreement would allow that to continue and make sure that mana whenua voice is really well embedded into the new system. Right. And so the relationship between a mana whakahono-arohe and a 2-year agreement, our current 2-year agreement, they're very, very similar, as we've talked about before. The 2-year agreement codifies our current ways of working with mana whenua. We've talked a lot about what that might look like over the past 12 months and how that enables mana whenua to participate in all levels of decision making through resource management with the council. But as we mentioned, it's not a statutory document as it currently stands. We haven't received an invitation from mana whenua to enter into a mana whakahono-arohe at this time, and council also have not made a decision to invite Papatipu into an agreement, but that is a decision that you could make. And the current 2-year agreement, as we've drafted it, could be easily adopted as a mana whakahono-arohe. The legislation does provide for that. We just need to make some minor tweaks to ensure that it's compliant with the legislation as it currently stands, if that's what the parties choose to do.
I've just got a few councillors who have got questions, but what we might do is just hold the questions until the end, so just write them down and then, because there's not too many slides.
There's not too many slides, cool. So we thought we'd just recap the ways of initiation, noting that we haven't yet received an invitation for mana whakahono. So it can either be initiated by hapu or the iwi authorities, or the local authority yourselves could invite mana whenua into discussions around a kōrero. One thing to keep in mind here is that if council receives an invitation from mana whenua to enter into a mana whakahono-arohe, you must meet with them. It creates a statutory obligation to meet with the parties as soon as practically possible. So that's kind of the main timeframe constraint. I think the legislation talks about approximately 60 working days, but obviously as soon as practical would be appropriate. Similarly, if the local authority chooses to invite mana whenua into a mana whakahono-arohe, the mana whenua can choose to decline that invitation if they wish. So it's a little bit different in terms of the obligations on council, depending on the ways in which a mana whakahono is initiated. And the initiation process is as simple as a letter or an email. There's really no caveats in the legislation around what is required to be contained in in an invitation to initiate a mana whakahono-arohe. We have printed out for you, I think we have printed out for you Yes, good. Copies of this is a very high-level snapshot. This process snapshot was developed by the Ministry for Environment to help guide parties through the process. The process itself can be agreed at that first hui once you've received an invitation or you've chosen to send an invitation, but it just kind of provides a guideline for the high-level steps that need to be followed. It's important to note that a mana whakahonua arohe that's initiated does not have to progress to agreement. So the first step is that kōrero, that discussion with the parties, and that's the statutory obligation on council, is to meet and have that kōrero around how you'd like that process to roll out. But a mana whakahonua arohe doesn't become a statutory document until all parties agree to it. Whether or not that requires a formal decision of council at a council meeting is a little bit grey in the legislation, so that would be something that you'd want to talk about amongst yourselves around how you would, if you choose to progress to an agreement, how you would like to formally adopt that, similar to like what we did with the 2-year agreement last year. And that first discussion in the legislation talks about there's a few things that must be discussed at that first hui after initiation, which includes the negotiation process that you're going to follow, which parties are going to be involved in the timeframes that you're going to agree to progress that agreement. So that's all the slides that we had. So pātai and then discussion.
So I'm going to come to Deputy Chair Cramwell first, and then I've got, who was it, John Faulkner, Councillor Davis at this stage. Councillor Robinson.
Kia ora koutou. Te rewai, just you mentioned about the funnel system, and if we had this, the mana whakahono arohe, you'd be in part of that process. So if we didn't have, say we stayed with the 2-year agreement and we didn't have this agreement, where would iwi or Papatipu Runanga be involved in that process?
So irrespective of whether or not we progress through to a mana whakahonua arohe agreement, the 2-year agreement remains in place as council's commitment to how they want to work with mana whenua. The difference in the new resource management system is that the places in which mana whenua voice can be affected change. And so the establishment of a mana whakahonua arohe sets out those expectations in that statutory document, which will remain. Some of the analysis that we've received from parties like Poipoia, Tino Poro, have talked very specifically around the opportunities for input for mana whenua in the new resource management system at the top end of that funnel, like we've talked about before, around environmental limit setting, the national direction. So under the new systems, most of the influence will be at that national level, at the national direction, the limit setting, and then all the rest of the participation in the system from a mana whenua perspective happens within those constraints. Does that answer your question?
Oh, but if the proposed system at the moment is carried out without the mana whakahono arohe, there would be limited ability for Papatipu Runanga to be part of the current system at the moment. Without this agreement.
So the way that the bills are currently drafted, they talk about more of a consultative approach to mana whenua involvement in that national direction setting. There's not so much of an onus, and there's no specificity around decision making, shared draft, like co-drafting of plans, anything like that. So it's really just that consulting at that national level. That's all that's specified in the legislation. A mana whakahono would allow the council to take a greater approach, a broader approach in terms of engagement with mana whenua in the development of the regional plans.
Just it's in the proposed bills at the moment. It's not enacted yet.
Proposed, yeah.
Would change. Who was next? It was Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I'm pleased because I was concerned about the 2-year agreement and what would happen to it. And so it sounds to me like it's kind of a statutory way to preserve it. But can you think of what points of difference there would be if it sort of morphed into a more?
The mana whakahono rohe could potentially be narrower than the Tuia Agreement. And so when the Tuia Agreement refresh was underway last year, there were discussions about should it be a mana whakahono rohe. And the council at that stage decided that it needed to be broader, and commitments to mana whenua spanned more than just resource management functions. So largely the functions under the new resource management legislation would be similar or the same, depending on mutual parties' agreement, of course, as what we have under the Tuia Agreement. But the Tuia Agreement would remain broader than what would be in a mana whakahono.
Second to that, could we have both?
I think it's important to, the Tuia Agreement is both relational and codifying process. And so the Tuia Agreement brings the relationship at a mana-to-mana level. The codifying to date has relied on the provisions within the Resource Management Act. Now, they're all changing, so the mana whakahono effectively can come in to help codify some of those process expectations and how that engagement can continue to happen in the absence or with the change of the system.
Faulkner, Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you. I go back to our first presentation some time ago and when the mana whakahono rohe was talked about. And the sentiment within the community was that the iwi relationship and the component and the rights and obligations from the treaty were being weakened. And in my mind, I saw this new mana whakahono rohe as a pathway to secure it. So my question, you probably can't answer it either, that why hasn't it been closed off? If the intent of the coalition government was to weaken the rights, then the pathway has been left wide open. So that's one question. And the other one is in regards to the Tuia Agreement, with just minor changes. With all the work that has been undertaken over the years to establish the Tuia Agreement, and if one can't replace the other, why aren't we not just looking at strengthening the Tuia?
I think one of the important context elements was, the Tuia Agreement back in 2012 was a leading document in the sense of iwi council relationships, and it was very future focused in what working well together would look like, and that's materialised and evolved over the course of time. At the same time, in the country more broader, there wasn't the same willingness in the sense of councils wanting to progress these type relationships with iwi. And so in one of the resource management reforms, mana whakahono was created to try and build a bridge or enable the bridging of those relationships to get some formality happening. And part of the reason, or one of the main reasons that councils must respond was because iwi were often knocking at the door, but nobody would answer, the council wouldn't answer it. And so that was why the statutory compulsion was added in, that at least the council had to open the door and have a cup of tea and a kōrero about whether there was a basis then of having an arrangement. I guess because we're in this point of time where the resource management system we've become accustomed to it, and we've had all of those provisions of Section 6E, 7A and 8, kaitiakitanga, recognition of important places, taonga, the principles of the treaty have all become accustomed to the resource management process, when they now are effectively gone, the question is, well, what provides the basis for that engagement, and what are you coming together to engage on? And so that's where the mana whakahono can step into that space and provide that basis for that understanding about what's important, what are the things that need to be considered in a fruitful and healthy relationship, particularly around resource management. So I think that's important to understand too, is whilst the Resource Management Act is changing, the two-year agreement applies in a local government context as well as an RMA context, but it's the RMA one that's particularly shifting at this time. Does that help? Maybe there's a part of your question I didn't answer.
Probably not. But why? The question is why? Why hasn't this been closed down? That's what I'm just not clear in my head. Why hasn't this pathway been closed down?
The door is closing. The door has not entirely closed on mana whakahono orohe. So under the new proposed legislation, you can't initiate a new, on enactment, you won't be able to initiate a new mana whakahono orohe agreement, but ones that have been initiated that are in the process and ones that have already been agreed will continue. So I think that transitional provision was probably drafted bearing in mind that to date, mana whakahono orohe have been really long, complex processes. So they were building in that transitional provision for those ones that were already underway. But what we're seeing across the country is Māori taiao practitioners are recommending other iwi hapu initiate mana whakahono orohe to almost jam a foot in that door that's closing, as a way to preserve that relationship and preserve those ways of working together that have evolved in time separate to the RMA. But it's just a way of preserving for the future and looking ahead at how partnership can be reflected in that new system.
Yeah, just on context of that, when we had the chairs conversation last Thursday, there was a lot of conversation about mana whakahono arohe and the amount of them that are coming across the country from various regional councils, especially at the moment, and chairs and councils working through those processes, and some of them they've got a lot of iwi. I mean, I think Waikato has about 40 different iwi that they're managing, and all of them are, well, not all of them, but many of them, and probably all of them, if most of them are doing it, will put their foot in that door. And the same with Horizons, which is just below that. That's a complex area of relationships, and so there are a lot of some of the councils are facing some challenges in how they work through that, but the door is open at the moment, as we've just said. So, and we've got one iwi and 10 runanga at the moment, so we're quite in a lucky position, and that was reminded of us South Islanders quite often from the chairs in our North Island counterparts, and they said that we were quite lucky to having to work with one iwi, but working with one iwi, we've got to do it right. Anyway.
Te Rawa you might be able to add, but from a Ngāi Tahu iwi perspective, there are mana whakahono in existence, at least on the west coast. Is that the only one? Yeah.
And can I also just, so one of you might also ask why the 2-year agreement hasn't become a mana whakahono arohe yet. And it was explored at the time the legislation did come in, or the change brought in mana whakahono, and there was consideration about changing the agreement then, but because of the framing of the Resource Management Act, it wasn't considered to be necessary, and the Runanga, the Papatapu Runanga, were comfortable that the 2-year agreement provided everything that was required at the time, but now, of course, that legislative statutory frame is now changing. Hence, the consideration of whether it's now something that's needed.
Right, so I've got questions from Council of the order with Councillor Campbell, Mackay, Moody, Robinson, and then Davies.
If the 2-year agreement is tweaked to become the mana whakahono arohe, we've had indications at our last 2-year partnership meeting that Runanga are wanting to get going on this. Is your feeling at the moment that it would be one tweaking for the Runanga as a whole, or would we be looking at individual agreements with each Runanga?
Oh, Kapai, great question, Councillor. It will depend on the nature of the invitation that we receive. So if we receive an invitation on behalf of all of the 8 papatapu who are currently party to the 2-year agreement, then we'd look to do a combined one that would just be mostly practical. We are working with each of our papatapu around the more operational details that we talk through the protocols in the 2-year agreement. Those conversations will continue anyway, because that's more how we're working on a day-to-day at that operational level and the work plans. But if we received invitations, if council received invitations from individual papatapu to enter into their own mana whakahono arohe with council, we would need to consider each of those individually as they come through. If there is a lot of alignment across them, it would make sense to join them into a more combined approach. For example, if we got an invitation from all of the Runaka on the Banks Peninsula, for example, the likelihood is that the agreements and the clauses that would be in there would be largely similar across. But that would be part of the conversation that we would have. What does the format of the document look like? So mana whakahono arohe, as described in the current legislation, are really flexible as to the parties that are involved. So it could be one, it could be multiple hapu Runaka, it could include the iwi authority as well. So there's lots of different variations. But from a kaimahi perspective, we'd look at it from a really practical perspective. Actually, if there's no point in creating 10 agreements that all look pretty much identical. So we'd just look at it, and that's all by agreement. So we would work through that in the kōrero as and when we get an invitation. Kapai?
Claire?
Yeah, through your chair, thank you. Couple of questions, I guess, of clarity. My understanding is that the operational protocols that you talk about probably do almost come into some, well, they definitely cover some resource management ways of working, which probably, to be fair, almost come into a governance realm. My understanding is such an agreement, should we get one land on the table, that it is quite narrow in that involvement in whatever the consultation or the ways of working is limited by whatever comes out in a new bill or in a new act. Is that correct? So we can't go over and beyond what's actually legally in an act. So I'm just, and I know most people here heard me express some concern at the previous Te Rapatuia. It's just like, really, what is the benefit? I can understand nationally that there's different relationships across the nation, but I think that we have a pretty special relationship here, and to me it's like we don't trust each other, or we're not a trusted party. And yet, from what I see, we go over and above and beyond, and then when I read the Blimmin press this morning, it makes me even more concerned. So to me, it just feels like the stocking up analogy in a way. We're rushing in to try and beat something that may or may not come, and somebody might close the loop, as John's been trying to ask. But we are in a different position to a lot of other councils, perhaps aligned with more Bay of Plenty, but there might not be any questions to answer there. It just feels like it's narrowing it down, and Te Rapatuia is quite a strong agreement, particularly when we've got operational protocols being developed or the opportunity for those development at a runanga level.
You want to say something?
Perhaps if I can just...
It's good that DC was going to say something.
Kia ora, Cleo. I think we've had this kind of conversation and debate. I think we had this last time we at the Toroputuia meeting. That in a sense, with the proposed legislation at the moment, especially with Part 2 not part of the process, anything to do with Te Tiriti o Waitangi taken out of legislation, Part 2, 6C, 7A and 8 disappearing, Section 33, and I suppose all relationships with probably Environment Canterbury. I mean, we can still have a great relationship, but in a sense, Ngā Papatipu Runanga will have nothing. I mean, they won't be able to use legislation. It'll be on the whim of whoever's in council. And at the moment, I mean, you just look on that up there, that's all on the TUI agreement. So in a sense, that shows what a great relationship. And I suppose we're hoping that if we didn't have the RMA or those sections in there, that actually that maybe could have occurred, but probably not. No, this is my opinion. I'm just saying probably not. So I know that you're saying you've been part of this, Claire. You've been here 4 terms. Same with John. Same with Peter Scott as well. And everything up there, especially from 2016 onwards, you were part of that. You're part of that fabric, and you've always been there and supported. You've supported all. That's why we're still here today, and why 2 Ngaito councillors are here today, is because the 4 who are still here have voted to continue that process. I suppose and as you said, is it like stocking up? Is it like saying, actually, we need a backstop? Because we're hoping that with all our submissions and all the submissions that have gone round, that the current reforms will change, and that they actually will take into consideration of what we've heard through those submissions. But kind of looking at current form, I probably do not believe that will be in there. So it's if there's a mechanism to make sure that relationship and what's on the board can continue, I reckon let's go for it. I don't think it kind of puts a bad light on what's been happened in the past. I think what Andrea said before, it's just kind of, okay, let's just try to make sure that something can continue. But that's my opinion. I mean, everyone's open to their own opinion.
Can I just perhaps express why I'm asking these questions is because my understanding is that even if we do have a mana whakahano arohi agreement, it's still legislated. And we have guardrails that we still won't be able to go out of. That's how I've read the previous paper that we've presented. I've looked at the current RMA stuff. I probably do need to look at what's in the current bill. But my understanding is that we're still going to be in a real narrow legislated envelope. And that picking up on the relationship, that makes the relationship even stronger. It's, or the need for that to be even stronger.
I mean, I wish it was true in the TUI agreement, and what we've done would have, could continue. But, if we're not here, the simplification of local government, what does that mean for that? But if we have, and because the TUI agreement, if we're not around, CRC or Environment Canterbury aren't around, and then so the TUI agreement's gone. Whereas a mana whakahono arohe, if it's signed, it's used, and whatever the next form is, that has to carry over at present. And I suppose that's where ngā runanga are probably feeling, that they need to be part of it. Whatever the new form is, they need to be part of it, and they probably see this as an opportunity. We might not they might not write in, they might not initiate. So we'll probably just wait and see, but who knows? Kia ora.
I'll go to Councillor Moody. Thanks, DC. You done? Okay, next one was Councillor Robinson.
I actually completely agree with what James just said. this is an opportunity and that window is closing. And I know it's legislated within 90 days of a local body election, but my concern is with the simplification of local government, then that could well change too. And if we don't get our sort of like, I hate the word ducks in a row, but if we don't start doing something, I mean, so far we've had no invitations and we haven't instigated that invite. I feel really uncomfortable sitting in that space because I feel vulnerable with this happening, and it feels disingenuous having not initiated something that provides for the agreement that we've formed so far. And you can have both at the same time. And if one fails, then the other one is a backstop. And yes, within legal limits and legislative limits, but it proves that we have tried until we can no longer lead in doing the right thing. And so partnership is something I'm here for and always have been. And it feels extremely, as I said, disingenuous to not at least offer our own voice to the agreement first. If people might be nervous. I mean, the different runanga may be uncomfortable thinking, okay, we want to form an agreement, but we don't know where to from here. I mean, this is all new to us. Well, it's new to me. But you've presented it in such a way, it's palatable, it's understandable, and within the current legislation. And I don't understand why there's even questions about it. It's something that's better than nothing. So I'm like, I think we should be leading this rather than waiting. That's me.
Has any councillor got any questions further to this? Okay, it sounds like we're probably at the end of the questions. Is there anything else that you guys wanted to add? All right, well, thank you very much for bringing this to us. I think we can close up there and gather a few minutes back for the day. You've got one question? Okay.
So the legislation says authorities anytime except 90 days before a local body election. Is there anything within that discusses a general election, even though it's with the RMA? Because it's not a local government initiative, it's an RM initiative, which worries me that if that is changed, it's like, no, because it does talk about local authority or authorities. So that's quite a big, broad picture. They could also say, oh, no, it's not just local government. It might be central government elections or general elections. That gives us a window of 5 months if we take into account the 90 days. And I'm just thinking, hypothetically, is there clarification in that we can seek to make sure that that window isn't sort of we've read it wrong?
I don't know that necessarily applies to the general election. I think that provision is in the original RMA or the 2017 it came in. It was to stop mana whakahono being initiated on the eve of a local election and to stop potentially a council signing up to something in that kind of caretaker, the unofficial caretaker period leading up to a local election. We haven't considered how potentially simplifying local government might come to bear on perhaps that process. But the key thing here is that if a mana whakahono is to be initiated, it needs to be initiated prior to the enactment of the Environment Bill or the new planning bill, which we understand is, I think, July, August at best guess at the moment. So we've got a matter of a couple of months to initiate. But as Te Rawai said, initiation is as simple as a letter, either from Papatipu to the council or reciprocal. Yeah.
Finish off with Sarah. Councillor Gerard.
Through you, Chair. Yes. Do you think there's a preference on what party should initiate?
No. no preference. There's no hierarchy or preference stated in the legislation around initiation. It's really up to the parties to make that determination. I think one thing I would like to add in relation to the 90-day restriction, that's only if mana whenua initiate. So if council choose to initiate, there is no restriction around the timeframes. And if central government wanted to change those restrictions, that would require a change to the Resource Management Act as it currently stands. And so we know that we've got the bills on the table, and so that would be unlikely, well, in my view, unlikely that they would make another change in the interim. But that doesn't mean to say that they're not going to change between now and when those bills go through the rest of the parliamentary process.
Well, thank you very much, team. It's been a long day. It's been a good day. Lots of information, lots to digest. So I'll just close with a closing karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te urutapu nui no tānei. Ke wātea, ke māma, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua e te arataka Koiara urunga, whakakairia ake ke runga. Kia tina, tina, humi e, hui e, tae ki e.